Hello, Penguin. Hmm. Let's see what happens with Tiny Borg. Oops, I. Okay, just restarting. It's okay. All right. Okay, let's give a few minutes for people to show up, and then I'm gonna start the work. This is gonna be an intense stream. Okay. Enough messing around. So what are we doing today? Um, I'm continuing from where I left off yesterday, and I made some more progress. Did some more boilerplate work, like setting up CLI arguments and whatnot. Spent some time designing how I wanted the CLI to look like. It's funny for me to do this work because this is like a very small scale zine to some degree, or at least part of zine. And um, the fact that the problem complexity is reduced helps me a lot revisit some uh, you know non-optimal things that I've done with Zine in the past and try to make them better. This is not perfect, also, but also another thing that can improve now a lot is how we can use async and concurrent. We don't have to use explicit multi-threading, which means that this should set us up for success uh, for when we want to switch away from multi-threaded IO. And frankly, we could even attempt this with we could attempt to depend on I don't know what the pronunciation is. I'll pronounce it with an Italian accent. Zio, the ZIO library by Lalinsky. Um, I could try to depend on that, and in theory, everything should work and it should be cool. But it's not a priority. Like this thing works fine as is. And you know what? It would be cool to try, but also it's a dependency that we don't need in this project. It's so minimalistic and simple and silly that the standard library is going to be fine. So, but it would be cool to try. That's for sure. Okay, so where am I? Where am I at? I was essentially copy pasting boilerplate from Zine and readapting it, modernizing it, uh, recognizing things that I was doing suboptimally in the past and trying to make them better. And yeah, so I did that, and now essentially we need to continue this work. This is half written, so there's stuff that I need to improve, or rather, I haven't compiled in a while, so we don't compile. We still have missing bits and pieces, so they need to be added, and yeah. So essentially, that's what I'm gonna do. I also tweaked slightly the color scheme for my SVG files. I wanted to give a differently colored background to my to terminal nodes because I want to make it visually even more clear when something is supposed to be taken literally. Terminal nodes are nodes that should be taken literally, while non-terminal nodes are either meant to be expanded or they're meant to be interpreted by the human. So this 09, that's a character class. Here I'm saying, look, this is supposed to be printable Unicode. Um, there you go. Also, I learned that you cannot put tab characters in JSON strings, and I didn't know that. I didn't know that because I've never tried. I never bothered thinking about it, and I'm not even saying this is a complaint. I just never tried to put a hard tab in a JSON string, and yeah, it doesn't work. Okay, so yeah, let's draw the rest of the OL essentially. Actually, handle requests, I might want to copy from here. Not a full body, because there's definitely stuff that happens in here that I really should not be copying. But I think some of the boilerplate is definitely going to apply either entirely or at least mostly. And the request gets an arena, um, which is the arena that we were already using, and that is perfectly legitimate. And then it gets the request. Can we turn this into a single liner? One liner goes to column 89, 90. That is borderline. Okay, let's not do that. Oh shit. I clicked where I should not have clicked. So, okay, handle request. Let's see. Path with query is this. And then there's a bunch of processing with query and whatnot. Yeah. So here's how it should work. It's not path with query. It's this. And we do not manipulate it. In our case, we have two paths that we worry about: WebSocket and the root page. And that's it. So if equal path, if it's just a slash, serve page. Otherwise, if equal, also, why is this a string? If path is ws handle WebSocket, else invalid path, redirect home. Okay. So there's this whole thing with percentage and what the fuck not. We do not care. Our thing is significantly simplified. Here we're looking at the website and whatnot. Okay. How do we okay, so this is the handle WebSocket case. Oh, where we return error WebSocket from this function. Interesting. Catch error. Wait, we return with error WebSocket. That is when the WebSocket connection ends. Okay, I see. So I think there's no point in printing anything if the WebSocket is just disconnecting. There's no error there, I think. Although it's a debug print, so in debug, it's not like you don't want to see this, but we'll see if we ever have to diagnose this stuff or not. In any case, okay, so we need to handle WebSocket. Where's the redirect for? Do we know how to do a redirect? I think we have that somewhere. path ends with slash. Something like path doesn't end with slash. Try again with a slash at the end. We have that in here. Come on. There we go. Append slash redirect. Okay, how does this work? In our case, we don't even care about this. Oh, but it's something like this. Okay, let's see. Location, we don't even have to, we can hard code it. Not found HTML. No, 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 no. Wait. Append slash redirect. Oh, we send the not found HTML regardless? Even if we give them a different location? Well, okay, in this case, let's just keep it simple. It's just a 404. Status, see other extra headers. Location is slash connection close. Do we need to close the connection? I I don't think we need to close the connection. You know what? I'll comment it out, but I think that this might be vestigial. I think that might be vestigial because we just want to respond with this. Okay, so we're missing handle WebSocket and serve page. Serve page is going to be where I believe most of the logic should be, although not necessarily much. I think it's just build.render ultimately from our perspective. And then we add the logic for how to render the build inside build. And that's it. I've been thinking about creating an alternative to age slash pass slash passage. A way to store secrets like API tokens. So I pronounce it age, which I don't know. Is that the right pronunciation? Is that the one written in Go by what name does it go by? Filo. Filo Sottile. Is that it? Is that the Go library? Let's see, encrypted with something like Argon 2ID. Is a time-based encryption store. Okay, so that is a completely different thing, nothing to do with what I had in mind. I was thinking about this. Actually, searching for Golang doesn't really doesn't mean much because this is 22,000 stars. Holy shit. Uh Claude? What are you doing here, Claude? Go home. This is oh, this is what I thought you meant. Okay. Oh, so wait, so that is it? Okay, so I was so I understood correctly. Sorry. I guess your description didn't click. I'm not too into this stuff, so okay. Cool. So we are missing server page. We're missing handle WebSocket. Let's copy handle WebSocket because that one is going to be pretty much verbatim, I think. We'll see. Handle WebSocket. Upgrade requested. Let's see, respond WebSocket, flash channel, put, yeah, there we go. Channel put, connect WebSocket, perfect. While through, read small message. So there we go. I think we could even be more artistic and do this. Even more artistic. If only we had discard small message instead of read small message. Like I don't really give a flying fuck about what the message is. Like I just want to consume it. Um, okay, so yeah, this is it. This is handle WebSocket. Okay, we're only missing serving the page. So how does serving the page work? We need to lock the build as a reader and lock shared unlock shared. And then we do s.build dot. So we need to render the page, I guess. Yeah, I guess we do it like we do render page and then begin a writer. Okay, so I guess the question is, what APIs do we have at our disposal in the request response stuff? Respond error reader, expect continue reader respond streaming. Wait, there's respond WebSocket. Wait, that's what we do down here, right? Yeah. Okay, no, right. I thought it was some new API, but it's not. So response streaming. What is this? Buffer. Let's look at the description. The header is not guaranteed to be sent until bodywriter.flash or bodywriter.end is called. Oh, this returns a bodywriter. Perfect. If the recess contains a body and the connection is to be reused, discards the request body, leaving the server in the ready state. If discarding fails, the connection is marked as not to be reused and no error is surfaced. However, it may be worth noticing that flag and skipping the inexpensive work. Okay. What are the options? Content length, we don't know. Yes, we should use transfer and content chunked. Options that are shared with the respond method. Version, status, reason, keep alive, extra headers, transfer encoding. Okay, so this seems to be what we want without any special options. So the buffer is a writer buffer essentially that we're supposed to provide. But here's the question: what about like what about this buffer? Where do I use buff input? Okay, buff out, buff out. I use it here. Like this is already buffered. I don't think we need to provide a buffer in here, in my opinion. Oh no, okay. I think I understand what the point is here. If we don't provide a buffer in here, then we're gonna chunk on every single write that we do to this writer. Yeah, it's unfortunate. We need a separate buffer. Is there any extra headers you want to specify? We want to specify content type, I think. Let me double check. Oh no, it's under respond options. Okay, so we have the body writer, and then we do build dot render, for example. Okay, so the how does the build render? Hello, Julian. So if the build fully succeeded, we know how to render it. Otherwise, the question is, how do you render errors? If the errors are communicated over WebSockets, that's one thing. But if the page itself contains errors, then I guess we just print the page. We print the errors in just a pre. And yeah, we're going to reload the page in case. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so like render. And render should take in the body writer. Does it need an arena? I don't think render needs any allocation, thankfully. So yeah, body writer dot interface. Actually, it's yeah, it's not a normal writer. It's a fucked up writer. Why is there a dot writer? Uh, so body writer and catch error. So I think this is it. Although I think we want to return this error once we catch it. So there's that. This function, yeah, we want to return that error from a web from a 404. We do not return an error. The connection is still good. Here, if something happened, who the fuck knows what the state of the connection is? So yeah, no, we need to close it. And apparently we don't even need an arena. Okay, so far, so good. This seems delightful. This all seems delightful to me. Well, now we need to implement build render. How does a build render? How does a build render? So it should be like this: const diagrams. Actually, maybe it should be var diagrams because it should be mutable. Equals b.diagrams. No, we can do it's fine. B.diagrams catch. So this is the error case where we need to print the errors. But if there are no errors, then this is the clean case where we want to render it to a single HTML page. And I'm thinking that the ability to render to an HTML page should be a property well, it can't be of diagrams because diagrams is just a hash map. There is no outer wrapping type. But we can put this stuff in a function. Or we could invoke build. So in main.zig, we have the build function. It has a silly interface because it wants the raw arguments. But let's say that we are to refactor this to not accept the raw arguments, instead to just accept directly the build command. And the build command would say, yeah, never mind. That is not the right thing. I think the right thing is down below. Down below. After all of this is done. Yeah, it's essentially this. I think we would want to make this a function. And that becomes the standard way of rendering it to HTML. So let's do touch html.zig. I might be an absolute fucking moron. I've just done the one thing that destroyed all the work that I did on that page. Oh my god, I cannot believe I'm so stupid. I nuked these contents. I'm a complete idiot. And I have not committed this work. Well, the good news is that it wasn't exactly genius work, so we can recover it. Well, I mean, we can recreate it, and it's not the end of the world. Annoying though. Fab function render. So here I think we might want to do some preparation work anyway. We create the file. Then we need a file writer. And then I think there should be a function. So this is what we get from HTML. Import html.zig. I'm going to do HTML render. Writer. Diagram. Oh no, wait, D is each diagram. In our case, it's diagrams. So let's say render diagrams, writer, and that's it. Error writing name error. Don't you have the video recorder? Yes, I do. I do. Maybe I should look at it, but it wasn't all that much, so it's fine. Especially because it's code that I was going to refactor anyway. So because I needed to disentangle it from opening the file, so I needed to isolate the logic to make it work off of a writer, because that way we can swap out the file writer with a with the HTML body writer. Sorry, the HTTP body writer. Okay. So this is it. Then in html.zig, render diagrams. Make it that we pass it by pointer. Diagrams is a Ziggy dictionary of a root diagram. This is wrong. This is not a root diagram. Railroad. Okay, so now we have our diagrams and we have our writer, and now we need to style the HTML page. That's sad. You know what? I think I might want to recover some of this from the video. Just a little bit. Just a tiny little bit. Let me see. I actually have a somewhat easy way of doing that. There we go. Okay. I have it on the side. Mainly there's yeah, there was a tiny SVG thing in there that I wanted to do. Also, okay, let me recover the stuff that I lost. So I had the subname processing magic out here, which yeah. Then const HTML name was right. We were doing we were automatically adding HTML in case the name that we were given was not that. Wait, that code I think was also wrong. What the fuck am I doing? So HTML is not even confirmed to contain a name. No, okay, HTML does always contain a name. Okay, so in case that it's name, so that was wrong in the original code. Else, uh, you know what? This can stay on a single line. Name buff. Uh, yeah, these are the arguments. And then catch. I don't know. With this on a new line and this instead without this. Oh, yeah, actually this is better. Okay, so here we have to use HTML name. The for close. File writer. Okay, so that was the full preamble. So now in here, um, try w.print. Okay, so this is the first print. Let me see if the video was showing more. Yeah, it does. Okay. So we try this. Then it's essentially now this. Oh, well, it's just, okay, I cannot copy too much. Copy the loop. Oh, we were layouting them now? About that. About that. This is not the right moment to lay out them. Layouting should have already succeeded. So, yeah, we do not lay out. I think we need build a debug only field that allows us to have render trip in case that you try to render a graph that you haven't laid outed. But yeah, this is not the right moment to lay out this stuff. So when is the right moment to lay out? In our case here, it's here. And what we do with yes is the for loop for. Do we care about the keys? We don't even care about the keys. We only care about the values. So this is the right moment for us. And same here. And so when we go back to main, for us here, it's the same situation. We first do all the layouting before we attempt anything. You know what? Actually, this is true for everybody, no matter what, no matter where. Like here, we want to immediately look at them. Actually, here we don't even need to do this because the diagrams is already clean. So we immediately do the layouting. So down here we don't have to. And so that down here we don't have to. Okay. I'm starting to think that um hmm, yeah, never mind. This is fine. Okay. So go back to HTML. So we don't lay out them anymore, but we print them. Perfect. In the old code, we were flashing after printing every single every single thing. That was a bad idea. We don't want to do that now. Do we even want to flash now? It's debatable, but yeah, that's fine. Okay, so there we go. That's our HTML page rendering. So far, so good. So now we can call this from live. So render of a build means this should be this. That's actually how it should be. So hello. Finally did Twitch. Can you recover it from Git diff? Sorry, let me answer this one first. I hadn't committed that work yet. Finally, did Twitch let me verify the phone number? What are you currently working on? I'm working on an application that makes railroad diagrams, and I'm making a live reloading web server for it. So you open the live loading web server, and you can edit your graphs on the fly, and and see the results immediately. I am almost done. I still need to write a few lines of extra logic to have the basics running, and then after that, it's gonna be a bit of bug fixing because I haven't compiled in a bit, and then it should work. Or rather, I don't know. Maybe we'll have to diagnose what mistakes I made, but we're in a good spot. We are definitely in a good spot. So diagrams. Then we want to get HTML. HTML.render ds and w, and we got to catch errors. And on an error, what do we want to do? We want to complain and then return. Where are the other functions where we complain a bit but then don't go insane? Oh, they are in server. There's some log.debug. Well, this would be bigger than just that. No, that would actually be it, actually. You know what? This would be maybe info. Currently working on a Zig lib issue. Turns out you can use Linux syscalls on macOS and it will compile. Well, how are you accessing those? Like if you're reaching into a namespace like, I don't know, let's say std.linux, and then in there's like a syscall function and you call it, then I mean, that's on you. That's kind of that's you explicitly asking for it. So be aware that the fact that there are functions that are OS specific, that are reachable even if you are targeting a different system, that by itself is not necessarily wrong. If you have something like I don't know, std.io.net, and you try to open a TCP connection and it uses Linux syscalls when you're targeting Windows, that would be a mistake, because that's a higher level API that is supposed to be mapped to whatever your target system is. And so if that goes haywire, then sure, that is a problem. But I don't believe that the standard library needs to completely mask away from you the existence of OS specific syscalls, even if that is not your target OS. But as long as it is perfectly clear that you're reaching into another system's stuff. Also, because those namespaces, generally speaking, will have maybe some functions. So you could argue that, it's always wrong to call Linux specific functions syscall functions on macOS, and that's fine. But those namespaces tend also to contain things like, OS specific constants. And you might be writing a piece of software that wants to be they wants to know what those constants are, even if they to use them, even if they are not for the specific target. Okay, so SED log info. Okay, so we tried to render the HTML page and something went wrong. So what do we do? Log info. Actually, this is a log error. Okay, that's how it is. So this is the happy path. The error path is missing. We need to implement that one though, for sure. This is render. Um, the goal is not to prohibit constants. Okay. Um, yeah, this looks good. What is there is good. Okay, so we have render. Do we call render from the appropriate function? Yeah. Oh, these already logs. To be fair, this is the correct one actually. And I think that the build error should just try. Okay. So on paper, the happy path is complete. We are missing error reporting logic, but that one is important. So we're gonna get to that. We're not gonna delay implementing it for long. But let's get to our compiling state first. So it's now time for well, find all errors and fix them. Might as well use the terminal down here. Time for some good old Zig build watch. Can't even do that. Use a run declare identifier live. That is a good point. I moved it out. Okay, you know what? Also, I think we need this arrow style minimal. Run is not marked pub. Well, that's bad. Next problem. Expected 3 arguments, found 2. That's bad. Expected type, found type, function, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Q is a queue of event. Unable to open Ziggy file not found. True. That is in our build script. And just have we do this. Oops. Ziggy. I think we need to reload the build here because we changed the build script. There we go. Accepted type, anything except not found. True. What's the file doesn't exist thing? So here we're doing read file alloc options. File not found. Okay. Didn't you already import as const live in main.zig? Did I? I don't think I did. Nope, there's no const live anywhere. So next problem, live 445. File close once IO, of course. Next problem. Default CSS. Right. It's in source. Oh, I guess from here it's one line above. Three, 6, 7. Extended type, blah, 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 found, blah, blah, blah. Fair. No field name fields instruct the serializer value. Oh, that is true. It is a value now. Yeah. So what's in a value? Oh, there you go. Value has value. and arena state. The type called value contains value. Huh. Who would have expected? Okay. Expected that arguments found 5 in init and listen. Init and listen. Init and listen. What do you not like about it? Channel build lock. Wait, what more do you want? Pretty sure it was asked 1,000 times, but what is the super fancy editor? It's flowcontrol.dev. And you wanna know what? It's written in Zig. Okay, let's look at what we're missing in here. So this is wrong. This is, oh, channel is afterwards? No, channel should go before build. And then we're missing host and port. Okay. Okay, so these were the two things that we were missing. So init and listen. What we should do is, well, okay, so move channel before here. And I think that should be it. What's the next problem? Expected 8 arguments from 7. Oh, yeah. The self argument. We don't do that anymore. No need. Next problem. Error union is ignore line 59. Oh, but that is in main. Expected statement found catch. Yeah, because for this to be catchable, I would need to do this, huh? There you go. Yeah, there's gonna be a while more of this. So everybody, please be patient. We'll get there. Set type T found const T. I consted the channel, of course. You don't const the channel. Expected type server found blah 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 server. Yeah, because we need to try these, I guess. Oh, that is unfortunate. We need to try this, but actually, it can fail with. Yeah, actually, yeah. So why is this supposed to fail? Because of this. Well, you know what? We do not fail and we do not try, but we catch instead. And that is a fatal. Unable to bind to address. at port something something, and this becomes also at port something, and then the error. So I want the address. Actually, no, this is not even unable to bind to address. That's down below. Yeah. No, what am I saying? The address contains the port. Okay, the problem here is unable to resolve host name. And the host is host. That's the error. There you go. There's a try in here. What the fuck is this? Oh, this is validating the host name. So the way this would work then is different, I think. Here, in which instead of having the host be a string, this is a host name, an IONet host name. We do not init it. We just use it straight. Does it have a format? Has validate. Expand. Connect. Okay, so it's just dot bytes when you want to print it. Yeah, so there's a few things that I'm still discovering, as you can see. So host, we use it that way. So this means they want to go to the command and want to say, you know what? We don't move around a string anymore. What we move around is a host name, which ultimately does wrap a string, but that moves validation in here. Mm, $19.91. Okay, so this should have made some things better, and it probably has introduced some other regressions, but what can you do? Okay. Um Type enum literal is not a function. Oh, there's an init where we catch, and oh, that's what I just added, isn't it? So that's right. That is io.net dot host name init on host. Okay, live 79. Okay, what do you not like about this? Expected the most one tuple field, found two. Field function and then argument, which is an args tuple. What am I missing? What am I missing? Also, I don't think that we should be passing down the whole CMD. I think we should pass down only the things that server needs from CMD, which are host and port. So honestly, this should be this. Oh, that's how it is. Okay, so that server was not a Wait, what am I doing? This stuff is actually even saved inside the server itself. So yeah, this is just it actually. There we go. IO group is another function. 223. Oh, init is just a decal. Okay. Error. Main function expected one argument found two in handle request. Yeah, we don't pass down the arena anymore because we don't need it. I'm actually not sure that we need this arena whatsoever. Yeah, it's not needed anymore at all. Let's go. Error concurrency unavailable is not a member of the destination error set. Yes, sure. Error union is ignored. Now we're just down here. Right, so this could technically error and cause us to return. Oh, you can't. Wait, unlock shared. This should not be cancelable or anything like that. Yeah, this is not a route. What am I doing? Error union type HTTP expectation failed. HTTP expectation failed. What do you mean? What expectations does HTTP have of me? Wait, how do you? The client send an expect HTTP header value other than 100 continue. Frankly, this could be tried, I guess. This is tried. Okay, then there's gonna be more things that don't match, but we'll figure it out. Text vector type const dictionary found deserializer value. Yes, in render. Line 403. Here. Okay, so now we have errors that we need to um, bubble up correctly. So we're saying that run is bubbling up error.cancelled, and we should eat it instead. How is it bubbling up from? Select concurrent. So we can't try select concurrent, but we need to catch it. Either that or we return concurrency unavailable, or we catch unreachable. Well, no, because it's an out of memory. You know what? We can turn this into an out of memory technically. Let me think about it for a second. No, let's do it like this. A fatal message. Okay, so these are handled. Error is discarded in 411. That's a to-do thing. Yeah. Member function expected 3 arguments found 2, 3, 4, 4. Channel put. What do you want? Oh, it's like put 1. Put 1. Zig watch F incremental is one lobby practically replace the LSP for me. Well, that's nice, but also it doesn't have to, strictly speaking, because well, the LSP can do the same. So I don't know precisely right now what is the state of things in ZLS. I think it already supports it, but if it doesn't, then it's just a matter of time before maybe it doesn't do that. I don't know. Maybe it should. In any case, the point is that same capability can also be used by the LSP. So yeah. That being said, yep. Ziggin is supposed to build server protocol yet. So if you're looking at master branch that has broken integration with ZLS, yes. But if you're looking at a build of 0.17 that is not too recent, or 0.16, for example, there in the ZLS can has no issues. But actually, that doesn't even matter because this is a different thing. What I'm talking about is build on save. So ZLS, this is a build on save thing. So ZLS can run this command, can sub-process the Z compiler, and it doesn't need a server protocol. It just reads standard error and it reports to you the errors that the compiler provides with the given line numbers. So yeah. Okay, 114. It's a decent clutch, but it is a clutch. It is. But it is an existing piece of functionality. So channel get. Oh, don't tell me. Get one. Is that what it's supposed to be? I guess. Value of type reads a small message is ignored. That is unfortunate. So I don't think this is gonna make Ziggy happy. Or maybe it did. That's ugly though. I was hoping we could do something cool with this, but we can't, so that's fine. Just let's just use normal syntax. Let's not get too clever. And yeah. And then the discard here that totally applies then. Okay, next. Has no member exit. Although exit is really unused. So let's see. Extracted type string found void. Rebuild diagrams. Oh, well, yeah. Error type blah 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 found blah blah blah. 395. Source needs to be colon 0. No fields. Yeah. Here and oh, that was already fixed. Okay, next problem. No, why is data as mutable slice? Bro. No. No, 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 no. Why is this mutable? I don't think this has a right to be mutable. Or maybe it does. We'll see. Let's take a look. Oh, come on. The data parameter is mutable because this function needs to mutate the fields in order to handle partial writes from write splat. Okay, fair. Well, at least there is a reason. I would have been annoyed if that was not necessary, but if it is necessary, then sure, friend, have some mutable memory. Can I do this? No, I can't. This would need to be on the other side. Okay, well, 2 is fine. Expected type void found out of memory. 155. Try WebSockets put. Yeah, that's a fatal loom. Regarding the build server update, there was a branch related to that in the Zig repo that is merged now. I guess there's still some stuff to do, but it's actually being worked on. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's a blocker for the next release. Concurrency unavailable, destination set. I guess that's in server whenever we try to do concurrent here. No. Where are we doing this? Oh, broadcast. I forgot to remove the try. I wonder if this would be better if I did this. No, I don't love it. This is better. Okay, next problem. Invalid from a string. Fuck. Too few arguments. Oh no, wait, that's in html.zig. So, oh yeah, that's fair. I never fill this stuff out. Wait, we're missing the CSS. Oh shit, where's the CSS? You need to give me also the CSS. Source. Okay, so far so good. So we go in main and we fix our call to HTML render. We don't have CSS source. How do we call it then? Style. I prefer calling it CSS source. Okay. In HTML.zig, yeah, this is printed always without CSS source. This is CSS source always goes there. So now in live, we have the same problem. HTML render wants build.css source. Next problem, invalid from a string S for host name. Yeah, so this is all well and good. We built. Holy shit. We built. Let's see what happened to the normal stuff, to the normal functionality before we get too happy about things. So let me open ziggy.ziggy and let's mess around with ziggy.ziggy. Let's add a banana graph, diagram. Okay. Then in Railroad, we do zig build, run, build ziggy ziggy HTML. That did happen. And there's banana at top. Okay. Brace for impact. So it's not crashing, it's staying there. Let's remove these stupid debug prints that I hate. Okay, it's going live. And before we stop, we are indeed serving. Why is this loading though? Oh shit. You know why I think it's loading? No, actually I'm not sure. Why would this be loading? What's in this page is in quirks mode. Yeah. Network. Status blocked. NS binding aborted. 200, 303, see other. Have icon. I think we should just reply with a 404 for now. Maybe we could add it in the future. This one, why is this one not resulting in a, wait, why is this request not ending? Oh, you know what it is? I think it's on me. I think that the writer, the body writer has probably a like end everything type of thing. So end and chunked and flashed. Let's see the difference between end and chunked. When using content length, asserts that the amount of data matches. When using transfer encoding chunked, writes end of stream message with empty trailers, then flashes the stream to the system, asserts only started chunk has been completely finished, which by the way means that we don't want the HTML render function to flash. Respects the value is eliding to omit all data after the headers. Okay, what does end chunked do? End chunked. Well, then end chunked options, trailers. I guess it's something that allows you to set the trailers. Okay, so we can just do end. Also handle request catches errors, so there's no point in us catching everything. So this we can try. This we can try. This we can try. I was wrong in adding those catches because this is a function that can fail. So, and it's isolated precisely so we can use a bunch of tries in it. So this is it. We were saying that now we want to go into here and then into here. Don't forget to flash. And we don't flash, which means that in main we should be flashing, but it doesn't matter because we close the file. No, that doesn't matter actually. Wait, closing the file without flashing, that's bad for your health. So in main, okay. So this is all great. Here we are compiling successfully. Now if I run this again and I refresh, now you can see that I don't end up loading forever because this actually succeeds to completion. Next problem is, so here's the next problem. We don't have actually auto reloading because we don't have file watching. We are missing the file watching component. Oh shit! Please no. Thank you. No. Okay. So that means that if I go in here, wait, we're going. Actually, this is not necessary anymore. So exit. Thank you. If I go in Ziggy and I change banana to apple and I refresh, this stays banana. But if I restart the server, this does change to apple. The problem is, well, that's just what we had before with extra steps. So what we're missing now is file watching. And for this, we were saying they wanted to use Nightwatch from Neurosite. The problem is that his project does not build with my version of Zig. I guess the question is, how complicated is it to make his stuff build for my version of Zig? And that is the question, right? Isn't it? We can try. We're missing that, and also we're missing a second thing. We're missing the WebSocket lifecycle. We're missing connecting to the WebSocket, processing WebSocket messages. So let's get to it. Let us get to it. What is the Zig language used for? It's a general purpose programming language, so you can use it to do pretty much whatever you want. In this case, I am making a tool to create railroad diagrams from a source file. I made a site generator with it. I made this Twitch chat application with it. This terminal emulator that I'm using, I didn't make it myself. This is Ghosty by Michel Hashimoto that is also written in Zig. The TUI editor that I'm using is Flow Control that is written in Zig. You can compile to WebAssembly, you can compile to native targets, you can make operating systems, you can make video games. You know, that's what general purpose means. People tend to assume that when you say general purpose, you're saying something meaningless because, all languages are general purpose. All languages are Turing complete. Well, sure, they are Turing complete. What you normally classify as a programming language, they are usually all Turing complete. But that does not mean that they are general purpose. Languages that run in specific environments have a reduced ability to be general purpose. By virtue of being Turing complete, you're not completely locked out from being able to do whatever you want with them. That's true. But in concrete terms, if you have, for example, a language that has a runtime, then that makes the language less of a good option if you want to do something efficient, something low level. You don't write kernel modules in Python, to give you an idea. You can write kernel modules in Zig if you want. So that's, I guess that's the story. Okay, what do we want to do next? Try to get Nightwatch working. Let's see how painful of an experience this is going to be. There's a chance that it might be too much and I will give up. We'll see. When will Zig be stable? I guess when it reaches 1.0. When will it reach 1.0? When it's ready. We don't have a specific timeline. It depends on, exploring things that are going to make the language better, implementing them, adding them to the language, stabilizing them, and so on and so forth. Actually, I'm going to leave this to Railroad. I'm going to move this here, Git clone, Nightwatch. No field name release mode in struct build. Is this maybe a new Zig thing that I just happen to not have, or is this an old Zig thing? Be release mode. Well, let's go figure it out. Man, I haven't pulled in a few days. It's gonna be a bajillion things. What was the thing? Release mode. Release mode is under graph. So I'm guessing that that's an old thing that needs to be fixed. let's try to fix night watch. B.args in build. $68. Okay, that was actually not bad at all. Okay, that was like very minimal. That's awesome. That is awesome. Let's go back to Railroad. Go to our zone file, uncomment Nightwatch, go to our build.zig, re-add Nightwatch in here. And now we need to, well, before we run, we need to build. We need to see if we build. Zig build, but we need fork. We need to for Nightwatch so that we can pick up our local changes. I mean, that built. So Nightwatch was actually essentially ready. Just needed two turbo minor adjustments. Delightful, absolutely delightful. Let's get this bad boy running. Although to be fair, we are not using any of its code yet, so we're not out of the danger zone yet. We need to now see what happens when we instantiate it. Okay, let's go to the README and see how we're supposed to do things. So this is our handler. vtable uses its own vtable. Okay, let's put this file watch stuff here at the bottom of the page. So this is our handler. Maybe this we can define in the main function itself because it's going to be super minimal. Let's see. Actually, no, we'll leave it down there. And then, okay, so this is how you do the file watching. Let's see. So to make sure that we don't lose anything, we probably want to set up the file watch before we attempt to read. So let's see how it works. We have our own handler. Then we call nightwatch.default. Might want to take a look at the source code at this point. Wait, where am I? Railroad. Right, no. Here. There's no root file. Your site should be calling this root. Okay, let's see. Variant, default, create default variant. Jesus, this is engineered. Okay, man. Holy shit. Right, there's all the trade-offs and stuff. You know what? I'm good with the trade-offs. Holy shit, this is engineered. Okay. So here's your IO. Here's your GPA. I guess here's your handler. Here's my handler, and I guess this vtable, I think this vtable instantiation can be made constant in here. I think this can be done like this so that I don't have to do it the other place. And I think, wait, this can be simplified even more, right? This can be this. So we don't have to do this. So here we have the vtable mambo jumbo. Here we have the callbacks. And then so from up here, so H, we essentially only want to add an extra field, which is the channel. And then the watcher is this on our H handler. Yeah. The third watcher, the init, of course. And then watcher watch. But the question is, will watcher watch block? Or will it just add? There are parts of this life cycle that are unclear to me, and that in theory they should be made more clear with proper integration with new IO. Watcher delivers events on a background thread until the end. For example, this I think could be made better. This should be a well, in light of new async await, I think essentially the watcher should have you decide how you want to run its main loop. Because maybe what you want to do is instantiate the watcher, preset up a few directories to watch, and then you want to launch it afterwards, and you're fine blocking on it. I don't know. Unlikely, but I mean, you can control it how you want. So, okay. So what do we want to watch? We want to watch. Oh, never mind. Since these guys create the file, we want to do this. Watch. CMD input path. And watch CSS path. And I guess we can put it here. And this we put here. So input source, CSS source, oh, okay. Okay, with this we also have the watcher in the mix. Let's see if we build. There we go. No field name channel. Oh, that's on me. Uh, Error. Pointer const does not support struct initialization. System resources unexpected process quota. Okay, so that init can fail in a bunch of ways, huh? Handler failed. Watch failed. Okay, so these guys can also fail. Okay, we built. So let's see. Live Ziggy Ziggy insta fail. Uh, Unable to watch Ziggy Ziggy. Watch failed. Wait, there's no new line in this motherfucker. I think this needs to be error plus 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 new line. I'm tired of having to put new lines when they don't belong. So where they don't belong. So let's do this. Okay, so unable to watch Ziggy Ziggy. Watch failed. And it says file not found. Well, about that. There is definitely a Ziggy Ziggy file, man. What is going on here? What is going on here? Oh, wait. Are you saying that this motherfucker does not support relative paths? Are we... So, I see an absolute path in here. Let's look at some of the examples. Simple default. Watch dot. I mean, dot, yeah, that's fine. Wait, is there other functions, other watch functions? Like watch file, watch whatever the heck? Init, the init, watch, unwatch, handle read ready, pull fd, recurse watch. Scan the directories of their path and add a watch for each one recursively. There we go. So that's not it. How the heck do we end up with file not found? Okay, is this an artifact of running this through Zig build? Oh, you know what? That's... No, that cannot be it. That should not be it. Current working directory should be where we are right now. What surprises me is that this happens especially after this, and also now that reminds me that should be like this, because we need to call watch after calling read or init file. Just to double check, read file options return. If it fails, we create the file. We write to the file everything, no buffering, and then we close it. Real path. Catch return, error watch failed. Huh. So why is CWD real path failing? Why is this line failing? Nightwatch 175. Make the path absolute without resolving sim so that colors that pass temp foo where temp is a sim link receive events with the same temp foo prefix rather than the resolved private temp foo prefix. Okay. Collapse any dot and dot dot segments without touching the file system so the relative inputs like dot dot slash and now produce the same watch key and event fix as an equivalent absolute path would. Yeah, path resolved. I want to see what this error is. Show me what's going on. Oh, I actually saw this already here. I'm kind of dumb. We already saw that this is what was happening. But that blows my mind. What does file not found mean? Am I adding a Ziggy? No, that cannot be me. This is not even. Oh no, wait. This is watch. Wait a second. Let's see what it is that we do with watch. Yeah, it's just the input path. So I'm surprised the real path fails on CWD on macOS. Because I know for a fact that other programs, well, I do not know for a fact, but I strongly suspect that other programs do the same. And this stuff should not giga break on macOS, I think. That should not mega giga break. That should totally not mega giga break. Like, out of curiosity, what happens if I try to print this? And I wonder if this is something to do with my tab, my shell tab. I don't think that is the case. A real path file. They make it const, of course. So real path is just straight up failing for us. Wait, so the executable runs and it doesn't poop itself? Is it using a different backend? You know what? I might be using an unlucky backend then. Something. No, because that real path shit happens right away, I think. I am truly confused. Let me run night watch maybe from that directory. Oh, there we go. Watch Ziggy watch failed. So now this is also pooping itself. And also I think it wasn't flashing because this only prints. Somebody forgot to flash, I think. Okay, so what can we try to do to mitigate these problems? We can try to change the variants. Backend. Yeah, but what we were doing in here is common. Essentially, we just do not even get to the backend. We fail sooner than that. Do we need to do this absolute stuff? To be fair, we don't necessarily need to do this absolute stuff. What if we didn't? Yeah, doing these things with absolute paths is a problem, man. It is also a problem because this makes this library completely unusable in with WebAssembly. Actually, no, you know what? Scratch what I said. Not necessarily. Um, so how do we get past this? I could try to hack this and not work on absolute directories, but what's gonna happen when we do this? Let's look at the KQ implementation. To POSIX path. What does this do? On the stack? Jesus. I didn't know this was a thing. Oh wait, it's part of this repository, I guess. That's funny. Oh, it's not. It's part of the standard library. Okay. What a story. Okay. You know what? Uh, let's try to hack this and see what happens. Let's use path without trying to make it absolute and see if we can make any progress. I need to remove my test code. Okay, we get another problem. Yeah, it is asserting somewhere else that it wants absolute pass. I expected this match to be open, to be honest, because it calls open there absolute. Why do you call open there absolute, you absolute madman? I wonder if this is a regression in my Zig. Also, it's opening a dirt path. Why are you opening a dirt path? Owned path. Oh, it is because I think I might want a different backhand. FS events requires Xcode frameworks. Do you not have them in here? Oh, you do. There we go. So yeah, why not? macOS FS events. Let's see what happens. Oh, should I have specified targeting here by any chance? No, I mean, it defaults to native, so that would be fine. Still, I'm going to pass this down. Okay, let's see how we do now. We're not failing anymore. FS events does not seem problematic. So in theory, well, setting this page aside, opening the page does nothing for now. But the question is, will we see here a message if I change Ziggy Ziggy? Yeah. Created. Okay. Yeah, there's 2 created notifications that come in every time I modify the file. Okay. So we have file watching. Let's make it do something useful. Life.zig is there's the handler. Let's see what's in a live watch v table. Change rename. Change call for every create, modify, delete, rename event. called on iNotify when a rename can be delivered as a single source destination pair. The string is only valid for the duration of the call. Okay. So we don't care about rename. Can you leave these bad boys null? No. Okay. We don't care about renames. Unless well, do we get both called? No, I'm guessing that only one of the two gets called at a time, right? So that means that when this one below applies, the one above does not get called. I need to ask Neurosite about this. But in any case, so let's change this to a log debug. Then let's take a look at what are the event types. Created, modified, closed, deleted. Okay, so else, and now I have to understand which one of the two files it is. Is this the input file or is this the CSS file? Um, I guess we need to have a single change file changed event. I guess we need to stuff path and well, can't just pass path though. Hit. I guess we need to be picky about file extensions. We need to say, is this is this the Ziggy file or is this the CSS file? Yeah, I guess we can do this. Now that I think about it, is there any debouncing setting in here? Oh, yeah, there's no debouncing. Hmm. You know what? For now, let's not worry about the bouncing. Although, I mean, this is 2 files. Wouldn't be this hard to actually count when the last time that we got a change and duplicates. The problem is that no, it's the opposite way around. We need to delay acting. Okay, let's not worry about it for now. GPA, we don't have one. We're gonna need one. And we're gonna need an IO. Put one uncancelable. Um, mm, 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 mm. Also, we'll rename. We don't want to do anything. We don't care about the file being renamed. Although I wonder what happens if it's renamed to something else, and then what if the new name is not Ziggy? How will the watcher uh, deal with that? And there are so many questions about file watching. It's really tough to make a one way of it, like having one implementation that fits all needs. That wildest shit can happen. Sorry, the wildest shit can happen. Um, let's give ourselves a GPA and an IO. Okay. Um, give ourselves some stuff. It actually still works as a single line. What is it? But there's no renamed. There's created, modified, closed, deleted. Okay. Memory function expected two arguments, found one. Needs IO. Mm, change CSS and change CSS, change input. Ah, okay. I think I like it in the past. Error is ignored. What do you mean? It's uncancelable. Oh, queue closed error. Hmm. Okay. So now we have the page. Now, in theory, we go in here, we change it to APP, we save, we got the new events. The page has not reloaded, but if we reload it, we see it changed. Okay. This works. We are missing one last puzzle piece, which is the WebSocket reloading. Piece of JavaScript code that loves to reconnect to WebSocket as soon as it can, receives messages, applies changes to the DOM, occasionally reloads the page. Actually, it will mostly be busy reloading the page, I think. We could be more fancy than that. But that is fancy enough for what we're doing right now. Let's put some music back. Give me some electro swing. I think it's fine. Okay. So, WebSocket stuff. Let's go. So I think that the way it works is that HTML should take another option, which is JavaScript or no JavaScript. Okay, so how does this look like? Let's see what we have in Zine. Let's copy everything over. I don't have a language server. So I need to split this string until the first new line. How do you do that in JavaScript? JavaScript split string on first new line. Use blah 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 to get an array containing the parts before and after the first new line. Oh, what did I click? Okay. So message event data. I guess. Okay. And I think the rest we can ignore. Make sure to install sheet. Build. Um. Okay, we'll see. I'm gonna use to do to turn that other thing implicitly off. Okay. So let's say that this is the JavaScript. Railroad connect. I would just use index of in JS. How do you use index of? Find the first occurrence of E. Okay. Hopefully this works the way I think it should work. We'll see. I also need the body. Not in this case, but in the other case, I will. Although I guess I could do substring this len. Hmm. Okay. No, but I also want to do this check. Wait, so is it slice or is it substring? Is there any difference? Or did I imagine the slice even exists and I made that up? Well, you know what? Let me get it works both. Okay, let me make some more progress here. So, uh, let's get a build failure. So going. So with the yeah 422. Okay, false. We build now. We build. Okay, so inspector console reload. We're running in quirks mode. Right. We shouldn't. So script. We try to connect. We don't see connected. We don't see anything else. Oh no, we do see connected. So we did connect. That's cool actually. So that's working. Um okay. Okay, the page is not reloading though. Oops. Where's my inspector? Connected. Command reload. Okay, so that did work. Uncut reference error MSG is not defined. Command reload. Yeah, this is the debouncing failing. Well, the fact that the debouncing is missing. Okay. Still not reloading. So what is happening here that is not okay? We have close. Okay. Let's reload the page. Oh, wait. That's unfortunate. It closes right away. Why does it close right away? We don't even see connected anymore. Now we just see closed. Why did I break? This smells of me fucking up the WebSocket handling somehow. I bet you that if we restart the server, reload. Okay, I don't know. Let's close everything. Start the server. Open the page. Inspector. There's no message, unfortunately. And it keeps closing. Why? Oh, now it connected. Okay. On call reference error MSG is not defined. Okay. So we are reloading. It's just kind of crappy. Where the heck are we referencing stupid MSG variable elsewhere? I mean, we're referencing it in here, but we shouldn't be. You know what? I'm gonna comment this out just to be sure. Just to be sure. Okay, no mentions of MSG anywhere. Why are connections lagging this much? Also, let's stop making this thing be in quirks mode. So let's fix this. It prints close every single time. Why? And I wish the inspector didn't close when I close the tab. So like the question is, are we connected or disconnected right now? I'm not even sure I understand that. I think we're disconnected, but I wonder if that disconnect message is from before. Yeah, no, we are totally disconnected. We are missing we're missing changes. What is happening on the network? Wait, we're not even requesting? Why are we not even sending requests? No. No. Oh man, it does it even if it's not showing me the bar thing. I will look into SSE over WebSockets. Maybe. Well, the thing is, in this case, I have um Yeah. The reason why I originally went for WebSockets is because I thought that I might want to send messages from the UI to the server, but I haven't had a use case for that yet. Like I thought that that could be a thing that I would want to do, and yeah, it never materialized. So, um, so why are we not connecting? So there's this. This is now happening. You know what? That sounds like we forgot to flush or something. How about that? Full reload, empty page. Oh, we crashed? We crashed with signal abort? What? You still do that over HTTP post. If there's only one client, you don't have the problem of managing sections. No, there is more than one client though in this setup. Yeah, you normally have only one person looking at the website, but you might have multiple tabs. And I think that having multiple tabs is not a use case you should specify. That being said, I think it is totally fair to say that if you don't have a reason to send anything from here, then WebSocket might be overkill or a source of problems. But that you shouldn't have otherwise. But also, I would like to understand what is happening here with my WebSockets. Like, why are we not connecting on page reload as well as we should? You know what? I think I need a line that tells me that the WebSocket has connected from the server, essentially. Handle WebSocket. By the way, Ziggin, sir, your YouTube shop is not working. Yeah, sorry. That's a problem with my chat client. What am I zigging? I am zigging. Well, it's a problem. Sorry, between my chat client and YouTube. YouTube is also not helping the situation. I am writing a live reload server for my graphs stuff. So yeah, we are totally, look, we're totally running and not even attempting to connect. Now, if I wait, it will attempt to connect again. Maybe, or maybe not. Maybe I messed something up. Let me clean up some stuff in the meantime. New WebSocket connected. Yeah, oh, just only now. Why is it waiting for so long? Okay, so it turns out that this line is also unnecessary because we noticed that from the /ws get. So why is this waiting for so long before doing that stuff? I don't get it. And if I change something, oh, there we go. Now we found the crash. What's going on here? Show me the backtrace. What happened, man? We are trying to write a message. And so we're trying to send just reload. Yeah, this is the bouncer problem. So we're trying to send reload. This is so here we're trying to send the second reload, but the client has disconnected in the meantime, it seems. I wonder why I never hit these issues with Zine. So with Zine, this does not seem to be a problem. The fact that it does not reload the page fast enough. I wonder what's going on. In any case, sorry, let me expand this a little bit. LDB, please don't do this to me. Okay, bad access. WebSocket write message, live broadcast, WebSockets. Yeah, we're trying to broadcast 145. Wait, where's the bad access though? Oh, you know what? Here's the question. Why do we not lock this? We need to lock the build before we do this because we are mucking with the WebSockets stuff. Yeah, every time we're mucking with the WebSockets, holy shit. And we need to lock the build. Technically, this is a separate lock. This is not the build lock. Technically, this would be a separate lock for WebSockets. Let's do WebSockets lock. Yeah. Every time we're using the WebSockets, we need to do this. I'm actually surprised the Zine has gone so long with this bug in it. But that's because we have a debouncer, I think. Can I add something to the playlist? No, sorry, I don't have any system to really set up playlist. Here's what I can recommend: if you find the music annoying, open the YouTube stream. The YouTube channel is called Zig Showtime. It's the same stream, but no music. So you can mute my music so that you don't get annoyed by it, and you can listen to what you prefer. Okay. So in theory, this should make us stop having problems. And um, let's see how it's going. New event connect, disconnect, new event connect, disconnect, new event. Oh, it seems that whatever, you know what? It seems that whatever was going on wrong previously, we fixed now, because now the WebSocket reconnects instantly, it seems. Huh. Okay. Let's see how we're dealing. Unable to connect. Oh no, we still crash. Okay, we have another crash. Well, okay. We need a debugger for this. Again. Okay, so this says, so we have not solved the problem. We have not solved the problem. Do we need to lock the build? No, we don't need to lock the build because we are the only ones that can write that. Well, no, maybe that is the problem though, still. Okay, where's my stupid logic for that? Um, we don't lock the build because the thread is the only writer. Yeah, actually, this is correct. It is correct, and also we're not doing anything in here. We're just adding that connection. No, you know what? I'm actually dumb. This WebSocket lock does absolutely nothing because this is one dude. We are the only ones messing with it. If yeah, we are really the only ones messing with it. There is no point in this locking here. Yeah, no, this is absolutely dumb. So Zine was not broken at all. This is not necessary because we are only in one branch of these guys at a time. Somehow write message fails, and I'm unclear. I'm completely unclear as of why. So the problem is that there are two rebuilds that happen real fast, one after the other. But we only apply changes with a lock. So it's not like we are it's not like we are causing other threads to read garbage data because we freed midway. That should not be the case. Also, apparently we crash in here. And the thing that happens is a bad access on a buffer. This is a bad access on a buffer. But if we look at live 149, which was this, there, oh, you know what? Wait, I shuffled things around a little bit in the source code. Let's restart. So this worked. So this worked. But if I do it again, this now fails. While trying to do that, but this is a static string. But okay, no, I think we're starting to I think we're starting to see maybe where the problem lies. So WebSocket output flash. So WebSocket has a buffer somewhere. So where do we define the buffer used by the WebSocket? Oh. That might explain it. Where do we define the buffer used by the WebSocket? That's a server thing. We handle a request. We handle WebSocket. Respond WebSocket. WebSocket.flush. WebSocket.flush. So that means that the WebSocket wraps the request reader writer. So when we return with error.websocket. When we return with error.websocket, yeah, so what happens is that we return, so this connection is dead, and this buffer in, buffer out is goner. So I think what's happening is that we are leaving this too fast. We attempt to write to this stuff before, after the reader has already returned. So in theory, the solution here is to have the stream be unbuffered. If we make the stream unbuffered, we should solve this issue. Let's see. Maybe. Oh, okay. It cannot be unbuffered. It really needs a buffer, huh? Never mind. So this cannot be unbuffered. The problem is, so this cannot be unbuffered. So what we would like is for HTTP requests to go over with this buffer, but then when we turn them into WebSockets, we would like to swap out the buffer. Man, it really sounds like SSE would be the better choice, huh? It really seems like SSE would be the better choice at this point. You know what? This is an inherently hairy problem because the solution for this is to heap allocate this freaking buffer every single time there's a connection happening. And I'm not doing that. I don't want to do that. The problem, though, now that I think about it with SSE, would still be that let me think about it for a second. Oh, you know what? Here's how we solve it. I guess we solve it with a mutex. We essentially we prevent the reader function from returning until the writer side has committed to the removal. So the writer side commits to the removal of the WebSocket, and that's when the reader side leaves, releasing the buffer. That's with this setup, that's how it has to be. So with this, we do var. Oh wait, we are the ones disconnecting the other side even. That is funny. So on disconnect, we pass down a mutex. So we pass down the cleanup mutex. What is the currently active dev branch? Latest comment 2 months ago. I thought project is dead. What project? What project are you talking about? Also, latest comment 2 months ago equals project dead. Holy shit, man! Chill out. Like, people can go on a break for like a couple of months. Weibo. Okay, I am currently working on the static site generator. I will resume a Weibo development end of August, probably. I can do one project at a time. It's hard for me to keep context switching. It just reduces my ability to reason about stuff. So I like to do longer sprints on specific projects, and I have a few of those. So right now I'm working on the static site generator, the JavaScript alternative language, that kind of stuff. So so I'm working on those. So here's what happened with Awebo specifically. Latest version of Zig introduced some regressions to C interoperability when it comes to translating C header files, which Awebo depends on heavily for Opus, all FFmpeg, the web codecs, the video and audio codecs and stuff. So because of these blockers, Awebo could not make any progress. I worked a little bit on helping some of these translate C stuff on block. I did a little bit of work. Here in chat, there is DaxDev, Julian, who has done more work than I did helping unblock Translate C. So helping fix the regressions in Translate C. So we are essentially waiting, or actually, you know what? I haven't looked into it in a few days, so I might be slightly imprecise with the exact state of things, but roughly speaking, we are waiting on these things to be fixed, some other dependencies that we have to also upgrade, and then development can resume. So yeah, don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. But I also have other projects with users, and every time that I've been working super hard on Awebo, I've been letting Zine just a little bit behind. So I'm giving Zine some love. So you know what? If you're into static site generators, this is a good time to try out Zine because it's getting better. And right now I'm writing a piece of software to draw railroad diagrams, which are pretty cool. Are like the ones like on JSON.org. Okay, so I just added a lock, right? You know what? I should call it cleanup lock. So cleanup lock Then in the connection close handler, in the broadcast WebSocket thingy, on disconnect, we swap remove. Wait, how does this work? It's not a matter of grabbing a lock. it's uh, it's waking up the other guy's data condition variable. I'm reading Joy of Cryptography, blah, 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 exercise 8.2, which suggests you try to guess which site page is loaded by just raw TLS traffic. Maybe you know how to break HTTP.client such that it returns raw TLS instead. I'm currently managed just to read raw TLS from request connection stream reader, but just reading it blindly blocks. Yeah, no, sorry. This is stuff that I've not done yet. And I know that the HTTP client is complicated. So I'm sorry. I'm definitely do not have the knowledge to be able to help you effectively. Yeah, I think we need a conditioner on mutex, don't we? I guess it would be more convenient to pass an empty queue. One blocks pulling from it. The other one closes it. Man, this is looking more and more like Go. I don't know if I like it. uh, so the reason why I'm not doing IODOR condition is because I believe the condition requires a mutex also around. It's just more annoying to use. Yeah, wait once a mutex. This stupid signal channel thing is dumb. I think we should have better idioms. This is not Go, but it works. just like it works in Go. Essentially, I make a void channel that I have no plans to send anything over. I block grabbing from it, and then I essentially wait for it to be closed. And when it gets closed, this will unblock, and that should fix my problem. Essentially, provides the synchronization that we didn't have before. Uh, Member functions go to one argument. Yeah. Division by zero here causes illegal behavior. So you cannot even wait. Is this a size thing? It's size of element. So you cannot even create a channel of void elements. That is kind of sad. That is kind of sad. Either I'm missing completely where an appropriate tool is, or I think we just have a big piece of missing functionality in the standard library. The actual debate in this chat, SSE is the better fit here. Live reload only needs to go through a browser. Local preview rarely has more than one tab open, and SSE skips the upgrade handshake and connection bookkeeping where sockets need. Yeah, you just keep the HTTP response open and write data. Reload when the voucher fires. Any event source will connect client side on its own. If it takes just suggestion, that whole arrow WebSocket branch might not need to exist at all. No, that is not true, because I have broadcasting of updates, and I have broadcasting of updates, which is decoupled from keeping those things up. Yeah, I guess how else would it work otherwise? I guess they could all share a channel. So instead of having one centralized place where on update that centralized place writes sequentially on all thingies, there could be some. Well, but if it wouldn't be able to be a channel. How would that work? Well, I guess what I would do is fan out to multiple channels. Yeah, but I still would have to do the bookkeeping of adding something somewhere when a new connection is created, be it WebSocket or SSE, and then I would have to clean it up when the thing is gone. So it would probably save some stuff, but it wouldn't be so terribly different, I think. I will say, though, that the not having WebSockets connection delay, that is fair. That is a good property to have, like having the page essentially reload faster and get back into business faster. Secondarily, one last thing, though. Right now, whenever I change the diagram, the page reloads, but we could do something more granular. For example, for CSS, I already want to do the thing where we swap out the CSS. We don't reload the page. We'll see, though. Yeah, you know what? I would be definitely interested in looking into SSE. Let me fix this. Let's do this. Let's fix this. Let's have it work. And then we can look into changing this to SSE. But I think that some of these problems are like inherent of what I'm doing. So, man, I cannot make a void queue. This saddens me so much. There needs to be something better than this. Okay, let's see if we cause distress again. There we go. Bug solved. So let's do this. Live reload. How can you do live reload? You can choose between WebSocket, SSE, whatever. Or I don't know, nothing. Which you can do dot skip. Middle, center it. Then we can say, we can change the skip into a labeled version. That works. That works. Actually, should nothing Lameo ask for extra space or not? Oh, that is because skip is asking for extra space, isn't it? No, skip is not asking for extra space. Not in this file. Why am I searching in other files? Where am I? Maybe that is too much. Yeah, but then it causes issues with this. So no, my computation was correct. It seems a little bit overkill, but it is correct. Okay. Okay. So this works. Let's commit this as is, and then maybe we can mess around with server-side events and see if that makes anything better. We should style also this page a little bit. So here's another thing that I would like to do. A little bit of styling. And I would like to do a little bit of styling And I would like also to, so I think we should make a style sheet essentially, like a secondary style sheet that we hard code for the page. And also I would like to have this web page contain the Ziggy source code, give you a button to copy um, the SVG, that kind of stuff. So let's get some of that going. So how do we do this? Let's start by changing HTML. Yeah, this is now the hard-coded style. Actually, this should not be main. This should be root html.css. Okay. This, then we want h2 to be something like margin bottom 0. Then um, edge button 0 with like 100%. No, I kind of would like it to be a tab. Let's see what happens when I do background color something else. Actually, I can test this here, right? Inspect. H2. Why is it giving me element? There's no. Okay, I'm gonna add it. This. Yeah. Margin bottom 0. Background color black. Oh. Oh. Oh, if I do display inline, what if it's inline block? Yeah, inline block is what I want. Rounded corners, maybe. That's funny. That's not what I want though. Something like this. I wish I could give this guy the opposite. Like, can I give it a negative? No, of course, a negative value doesn't work, huh? That's annoying. But okay. So there we go. There's a label. The colors black and white are absolutely too much. So let's make them less obscene. Blue and red. How about that? um um I think I will like this yellow here, but more saturated, I think. Default CSS, what is the background color of our guys? It's this. I guess we're back into the brown territory, aren't we? Hmm. What is it? Is it font family? Yeah. So we definitely want font family monospace. This color is horrible. This color is absolutely horrible. Hmm. Yeah, I really don't know what to do about it. I'm gonna leave it as is for now. Here's one thing that I want to do. I'd be curious to try. Uh, is it just me having problems debugging Zig code in VS Code with Zig extensions? I can't inspect variables, for example. Um, it depends how new and old I think your LDB is. There are some problems with regards to debug info, which are solvable, but they are on the pile of to-do lists. Sorry, on the pile of to-dos. And I think there's APR that should improve these things in the pipeline. Andrew mentioned it recently, but I don't know if that is exactly what you are experiencing right now or not, or if it's something else. Um okay, this is better. So here's what I want. I want to add something next to the H2. I guess I want this, but I don't want this to be the H2. background title. Hmm. Is it bugged in full screen? It's showing like we're in a miniature. I- Your Twitch is low quality. That happens. It's between you and the Twitch servers. You know what? Maybe I should use this same color here instead of trying to be clever about it. Ew. Oh wait, but that. Oh wait. This is the background color. That is not the color I was looking at. Okay, so that explains why things weren't making much sense. Oh no, it's just that. Oh, never mind. It's just that it's this. Okay, what am I doing wrong? This is not it. Is this it? But this is the background color of the whole thing. What am I missing? Okay, you know what? Inspect. I feel like I'm going insane. Okay, the inspector is not helping me out. Oh no, I did not want the color picker. I wanted the element picker. Is there no element picker here? Okay, 120, 190. I am, by the way, I'm colorblind and I I don't know why I'm having so much trouble. 120, 190. I guess. Okay. I don't know, something like this. Okay. So in the HTML, then I would like to do not an H2, but a Make them spans, maybe? Followed by another span? Okay. That's not bad. Let's do some stuff like increase font size, etc. I don't know what the font syntax is. 20 points. Oh man. Okay, what is the syntax of this stupid field? I don't remember. I'm gonna look it on the other computer. It's just handier. What is the syntax? Bold, pixel size, family. That did not work. Okay, you know what? There we go. Then diagram title decoration. Is there none? Oh, there you go. Okay, perfect. This guy has size 0. It's plain line block. Float left. Doesn't do anything for it. I think we need to put it in a flex box. We need to do an horizontal flex box. Uh, I think what I want to do is diagram title. I guess we can make them anonymous. I just don't want to hard code too much stuff in here. Yeah, no, I don't want to style it here. I'm gonna go insane if I do this. I'm gonna call it diagram title block. So this is gonna be display flex. Flex direction row. We'll see if we need something else. But in the meantime, I'm gonna copy what I did here. Okay. Uh, okay. Okay. So I think we have all the bits and pieces that we need. Title the core. Okay, maybe this is a stupid idea. I'm wasting so much time trying to make it work, but I wanna see it through. There we go. So title of the core is gonna be the margin top that I gave diagram title. I'm gonna give this guy. They can stay whatever margin they have naturally. It's fine. This guy also is an inline block. And this guy has the property of being white. This little guy here, also with 100%. This little guy in here is almost the same, except that its background color is the same as the diagram title. Man, this is gonna be such a stupid thing if it doesn't work. And then this has another property. It has a border radius, but I don't know yet how to do it, so we're gonna do it in the browser. You know what? I'm actually dumb, I think, because I'm trying to do something that is not gonna work with what I'm doing next. Fuck. Anyway, we're here. Might as well. Oh, with 100% does weird things with regards to spacing, huh? It's okay. Okay. That's not what we were looking for, but it's fine. So what we want to do is that the core inner. Wait, why does the core inner not have any diagram title? The core inner. Did I mess up the naming here? Yeah, I did. Oh, might as well fix that comma thing. Um, why does this guy have a height? This guy does not have a height. WebKit fill available, which is only work on WebKit, but that's kind of what I want. Why is this not making any difference? Oh my god, my whole idea is going into the trash. It was a waste of time all along, and it's not even working. So I was trying to give this thing a tail on this side. But anyway, we're gonna have more than one tab in here. Like this is one tab, but there's gonna be more. So whatever. But we have the basics. We have definitely the basics working. So yeah, as I was saying, let's commit and let's so let me throw into the trash this the core bullshit. Let's just do this. Show me that it works. Yeah, perfect. So I would say not bad. Not bad. Let's commit and I'll look into SSC next. Oh, we need to do one thing though first. So nice select commands, live server with file watching. Oh, fuck, I should not have pushed. It's fine. So for night watch, we need to push our changes. Okay. So now in Railroad, Zig fetch Christoph IT night watch fixes. Zig build. Zig build test. Okay, so this works. Okay, do you do server-side events in Zig? How do you do server-side events in general? How does it work? How does it even work? New event source. Open a connection to the server to begin receiving events from it. Create a new event source object with the URL of a script that generates the events. For example, okay, so you pointed. Well, how is this different from a WebSocket then? If the event generator script is hosted on a different origin, with credentials. Okay. Listening to message events. It's not accept the browser will not try to reconnect in the background. Messages from the server that do not have an event field defined are received as events with the name given in event. For example, when not used over HTTP2, SSC suffers from a limitation to the maximum number of open connections, which can be especially painful when opening multiple tabs. As the limit per browser is set to a very low number, 6. The issue has been marked as a won't fix in Chrome and Firefox. This limit is per browser plus domain, which means that you can open 6 SSC connections across all the tabs. Sending events from the server. PHP example. Okay. Echo event colon data. I don't get it. What is this file format? which is the whole point of SSE. It's supposed to be cross-tab, that is, one SSE handler should run for all tabs. I'm not sure I get it. Are you saying that if I have two tabs open and both tabs are trying to connect to the same SSE endpoint, they will share the connection? So the same event gets played twice, once in each tab? If the server responds with an error key or another problem occurs, okay, wait, can we roll back to this bonkers syntax? Okay. Using server events, interfaces, blah, blah. Okay, is this what we were looking for at before? Okay. For the message event. Can be any data type depending on what originated this event. SSC, okay. So the server needs to respond with text/event stream. Each notification is sent as a block of text terminated by a pair of new lines. For details on the format of the server event, see event stream format. Okay, so this is what I was looking for. It's a simple stream of text data that must be encoded using UTF-8. So far, I'm on board. Messages in the event stream are separated by a pair of new line characters. Okay, that means that we're going to need framing. A colon as the first character on a line is in essence a comment and is ignored. Yeah, Jesus Christ, we will definitely need our own framing if we use this. The comment line can be used to prevent the connections from timing out. The server can send a comment periodically to keep the connection alive. Each message consists of one or more lines of text using the fields for that message. Each field is represented by the field name followed by a colon followed by the text data of that field's value. Data only messages. Three messages sent. The first one is just a comment. Yeah. The second message contains a data field with a value of some text. The third message contains a data field with a value another message with two lines. Note the new line special character in the value. Yes, sure. Named events. Mixing and matching. So I guess my question is, would this be any faster than WebSockets? Like, would this lead to a better user experience? Because I'm not sure it would. I assumed that I assumed originally that when we were talking about server sent events, we were talking about essentially having a mechanism that allows us to keep sending data over the main connection so that the main connection essentially sends out the page and then instead of closing, turns into the data connection so that there is no second handshake necessary. But this is not it. That's not what it is. SSEs are not. SSEs is, yeah, it's poor man's WebSockets with all due respect. So, I don't think they're particularly interesting for me. There is, though, I think that what I described is a thing that exists, like the idea of keeping the main connection going after it is done sending the main page. But I don't know to what degree that is a hack or not, and whether it's even worth investigating. So yeah, I would say that event source, not interested. Um, it really doesn't do much for me. So TCP connection itself will be reused, but HTTP will be the handshake again. Yeah, well, hmm. Um, yeah. You know what would be actually the move in this case? The move in this case would be to not reload the page. The move in this case would be to send the main page. So this would not work for Zine, but for this system here, the move would be or rather, sorry, it might work. The other approach might work for Zine. It would be we explored it in the past. It was just like kind of complicated and with a series of downsides. So in the case of Zine, it was, let's say, a debatable choice if we had gone down that path. But in this case, we could totally do this. We keep around an outer frame that is unchanging, and then every time you make a change, we reload an inner iframe, for example. It doesn't have necessarily to be implemented as reloading an inner iframe, but that's kind of what we do. And so there's the shell that has the WebSocket machinery, and then there is the data page, which is what shows up in the inside of the iframe, and then essentially we reload the inner thing without fucking up the outer thing. That way, the connection stays open always, and we're good. So I think this is the plan, and it requires essentially just to re-architect a little bit how we do things here. It means that we need 3 endpoints, not just 2. But that's it. That's exactly how data star sites work generally. If data star is kind of like HTMX, I mean, yeah, although it's more granular, right? In this case, and I think those sites kind of assume that you don't do weird things with JavaScript, which technically is what we could be doing here as well. Yeah. Yeah, let's do it this way. SSCs are not meant to keep long-lived connections. I really don't understand what SSE is good for then at this point, and I'm surprised that there are not that many, but there are a few people that I have occasionally landed here in chat and have been vehemently in favor of using SSEs, and it seems not that much better than WebSockets at best. So that kind of surprises me. Okay. Yeah, let's implement this, and hopefully it's gonna yield the what we hope. So we have the style, we have the body. And we have the script, we have the style, we have the body. So what we do from the Java, okay, so to recap, what we do from the JavaScript is when we're asked to reload, we're not going to kill the page now. We're going to swap out the contents, and essentially every time we connect, we do this. We load the page. Yeah, okay, so the page does not contain the page. Holy shit. Okay, this is we can do it. We can do it. So the page does not contain the page. So that means that we need a render thing that does not contain the outer framing, but only the inner body part, which is this. Also, I noticed something that I forgot to close the body, close the HTML, close everything. I guess that's technically illegal, but man, I should not have done this. Okay. The whole point of SSE was to outlive a tab reload. So how do I architect this? Does it mean that we remove all the JavaScript concerns from this? No, because we want we want the main framing. Huh. So I'm having a moment of brain fart just on how to weave in this new tweak to the requirements in a way that makes sense. Okay, let's add a second implementation of this function that does what we want, and then I'll think about refactoring another moment, I guess. So render body, I don't know. Render body. Render body just renders the diagrams. So it doesn't print any of this. It just prints this. Okay, so render body. So I guess we want render, and maybe we want three functions: render, render like live. No, okay, I think I get it. So we want this one to not have this, and to not have this. Okay, so we want this to be just the normal one. Let me add also the closing part. Okay, so we close everything when we call normal render. Normal render does not concern itself with whether it's live or not. Render body renders only the contents that will go into the body element. Okay. Okay. Then here we use it to call render body. There is no live stuff. There is no live JS. So now I need the live reloading shell. But we say that this is a live server only concern when we render the build. So we call render body here. And to render body, we do not pass any CSS. We do not pass any JavaScript thingy. And then now it's our duty here to render the framing around it. And in this case, right, it's the framing around it. And how do do we hard code it here? I guess we can. And it's going to look a lot like this. And this is actually plus embed file um, live.js. Like quite literally like this. Oh, but no, we can't do this because there are going to be curlies in there and it's going to go insane. So never mind. There's going to be live.js, which I put in main, which is a good choice. Live.js, HTML.css, and the style, which is this. And this needs an ID. Oh, but I put it outside. Oh, but it is shared by both. So yeah, it's correct that I put it outside. And we just reference it from here. Okay, so this should do the trick. So we render body. You know what? I'm again failing at this. This is not how it should be. What's going on? Current blocker is a DVUI version which supports 0.17. Okay. Uh, so I think on first page load, we don't even show the contents, right? The contents are fetched. The contents are always fetched. The contents should always be fetched. Always be fetching. Always be fetching. Always be fetching. So it means that this does not belong doesn't even belong here. So I'm taking this out of here. Let's start from here. So this serve the shell page. Kind of like this. Actually, no, sorry. This goes up here. Yeah, and I think that it shouldn't contain even any of the parameterized CSS. And we set it on fetch. Yeah, it should, because that also should be host reloaded. So like this. This frankly should be just hard coded as a single theme. You know what? Also, this is locking the build. This should not lock the build. Okay, I think that essentially this stuff should go into the body branch. Up here, it's a write all. Okay, we are finally starting to make sense. It's a write all where we do it like this. Okay, so we send the shell. Which is a try request dot respond content options. So content. What are my options? Status 200. Actually, what is the default status? Okay, yeah, right. Reason, keep alive, extra headers. I want just the content type to be text HTML. Okay, so this is it. We only serve the shell page. Then when you request body, response streaming, and we do build render. Build render renders the body. Okay. We're missing one last thing. Actually, why is this a separate endpoint? It should not be a separate endpoint. It should be something that happens with WebSockets. On connection, we should send the WebSocket this stuff. So there should not be a URL where you access this. So I'm taking this back. And in WebSocket, after WebSocket has been upgraded, yeah, so we respond with WebSocket. And in here, okay, we're making progress. We're getting there. It's just almost not quite. So respond WebSocket. In here, we want to send over via WebSocket the rendered build. What's in build render? Right now, there's a call to render body given a writer. So we render the body into a writer that is okay. We render body into a writer. So it's here that we do this, yes. We don't do this. We want to call body render on a writer, but we don't have a body writer in this case. What it is that we have. We have WS stuff. We have write message on Flash. We have write message VEC. So we don't have write message streaming in a sense, which means that we need to render this into a allocating writer. We need to render this into an allocating writer, and that's it. Or we have the other side do it, or we have this guy do it on connect. That increases delay, but I mean, it shouldn't be noticeable. So let's assume that this is not our responsibility right now. Let's assume that this is not our responsibility, and we don't even flush. Alternatively, we could have connect do nothing. And I mean, whatever thing connect is doing, we can do it from here. The other guy doesn't have anything that we don't have. So like send CSS and send body should always work. So send CSS. I mean, it's literally trivial, I think. But you know what? No, okay, let's do the other side. No, do it here. Okay, so send CSS is trivial, doesn't even require anything. Build render, maybe it's more complicated, but yeah, so let's send CSS. Try ws dot write message. That's gonna be HTML CSS. That's gonna be no, we want write message vec unflashed. Why do we want it vec? Because we want var CSS message CSS HTML CSS. Yeah, this way we don't risk fucking up the flashing. So, and this is gonna be this is gonna be more complicated because this is gonna be the body message. I mean, in this case, we don't even need to do this. Might as well write body into the allocating thingy. Okay, now I need to do the thing where I lock the build, which I had on hand, and then I don't know where I put. Please tell me there's a copy somewhere. Yeah, something like this. When the messages you want to send to the front end only reload once? No, I want to send. I want to start sending the contents in the message itself, so that there's like fewer round trips. So we lock the build. we render the build. Okay, so I was trying to avoid this because you have to do stuff in memory before you can write, but this should be fine. So first we send CSS, then we write everything in the body. Then we write the message. The fact that we have to allocate this is kind of making me want to buffer the rendering. So I guess that's a change that we're gonna do soon. But let's get this working first. So we write the message with body. It's either CSS or body. Also, the CSS needs a new line. Holy shit, it needs a new line. So we have CSS, we have body. Okay, so this happens on first connection. Before we do the rest, let's go into the JavaScript and let's change this to handling things differently. So now we don't do reload anymore. We do body. We do CSS first, and then it's gonna be document get element by ID. Railroad CSS, I think. Yeah, underscore railroad CSS. Dot inner HTML equals body. There we go. Okay, this does not update on. We're missing one last bit actually, though, before doing everything. I'm gonna copy this code because I think we're gonna need it. And I'm going to go to here. Changed CSS. Yeah, okay, so with CSS, we were sending already the CSS. It's just this guy here, which where we rebuild diagrams, but now we need also to none of this. Oh, we already have the lock, so we rebuild it, we render it. This should go above, including this. This is not needed anymore. Okay, so double check. Input changes. Prepare the new thing, rebuild diagrams, render the diagrams. Values, write message reload. No, now we do like CSS. body, and source in this case is body dot written. Okay. I don't know. Let's see how it goes. We should be close to be functioning. I'm not sure if we are actually functioning, but special type void found, write failed, handle WebSocket. Actually, this is a catch fatal room. Special void found, write failed. Yeah, this can be definitely improved. Expected 3 arguments, found 4. Yeah, main 158. Oh no. Unable to watch the Ziggy watch failed. Again, man? Oh shit, wait. So we needed both. I thought that I did not need this patch, but we actually do need this patch in Nightwatch. So we do need this patch here. Bonkers. So this patch was necessary. Okay, so page opens white. That's correct. Um, but it is not correct that we are not receiving anything. We are not attempting to connect. Where are we not connecting? Okay, so what's in head? Okay, I don't know why why Firefox decided to wait this long before connecting, but it seems that something has happened. So we have received the body and placed the body in position. We have failed to place the CSS content. How do you replace CSS? You know what? We might want to take a look at the commented out code because this guy knew what to do with the CSS. Oh, you know what? No, we never tried to swap out. Yeah, image reload. Okay, select all style background. Command build. But the thing is, why is this not working? Like, okay, out of curiosity, document dot get element by ID underscore railroad CSS. It has inner HTML. We did put stuff in here. Oh, wait. First of all, this is not showing the content. Although it does seem buggy. What the fuck? No, maybe it's just the normal behavior. But this is the wrong stuff. We're sending we're sending the wrong stuff. We are sending the HTML CSS. We do not send the HTML CSS. We send the CSS CSS. This is correct. This is correct. It's the other one that is wrong. Yeah, this is it. This is not it. This is s.css source. Sorry, it's dot build. Oh, that means that we can only. That means that we need to lock the build before we can send this. Either we copy it or we need to lock the build. We necessarily have to do this way. Okay, we're in. It took a while for Firefox to connect, but we should have the setup. That is a little bit faster than it was before. Also, why are we writing body as well, man? The fact that we're writing body is bad. It means that we're failing to split or something. Like, what the fuck is going on here? So, um, so this works. Huh. What are we messing up in Live.js? So there's a lot of stuff we can delete now. Oh, you know what? This is no, I really don't know. Why is this working like this? I don't get it. Okay, so why is their body written up here? The CSS does not have this problem. It's a naked body written in there. And if we refresh the page, it doesn't show up on first load. So somehow it means that we're putting it in here. Wait, sorry. I was saying that it's the other one. It's the reload one. Sorry. That was wrong. Oh yeah, okay. We're writing. Oh, because I'm doing the back version, and there is no reason to do that. Okay, mystery solved. I mean, it was pretty obvious, but and you know what we're gonna do in the default body? We're gonna write something like waiting for WebSocket to connect, so that something does show up. Okay. Okay, I guess this is as luxury of a setup you can ask for. Okay. Actually, Okay, so we got this working. I'm gonna stop here. This has been a long stream, and we achieved something. So in theory, one can now pull this and mess with it. I am not releasing it yet though, because there is one last important thing that I want to do. Like visually, I think this is fine. It's not particularly, amazingly looking, but it's practical. What is there is what you need to have. But I want two fancy features. One is I want to add copy buttons to copy the SVG, each SVG individually, and I want a tab. I want you to be able to tab from the SVG. I want you to be able to tab to the Ziggy source. And the Ziggy source should be syntax highlighted. That is my dream. So it's actually all feasible, but it might require a little bit of work. So we'll see. Anyway, thank you everybody for hanging out. We're railroading. So I'll see you all next time. And that's it. Bye-bye.